Everyone, it's 9 a.m. I'll call the meeting to order. First order of business is the invocation. Would you please stand for the invocation delivered by City Resident George Studer and remain standing for the Pledge of Allegiance.
Heavenly Father, we are your servants. We don't know what is best, but you do. And we ask you to give us wisdom today, especially to the council members, those who speak. Help us to listen in our hearts to each other and reflect the goodness that you are. Bring peace to this assembly and bring good decisions. In Christ's name, amen.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you. Be seated. Ceremonial matters and proclamations and employee recognition. Okay.
Mayor and Council, I have one employee recognition this morning, and that is Brock Schultz in our electric department. Brock, can I get you to come up? So Brock recently completed the electric department lineman apprentice program. He is a certified lineman now. How many years did that take you to get through that?
5 total.
5 total, and how many hours of total training?
Over 8,000.
So 8,000 hours. So a significant undertaking. Brock used to be in our building department up at City Hall. Made the decision to transfer to the electric department years ago. So when your lights go out and they come back on half an hour later, maybe an hour at max. These are the guys that do that. And it's a very dangerous job. Literally, their lives are in each other's hands. So thank you, Brock, for taking that on. Thank you for successful completion of that. Congratulations to you. Yeah.
I see.
I would also like to recognize one of our new employees. We have 3 on the list. 2 were not able to make it. So could I have Melissa Meyer come up right quick? She's our new animal control officer. Can you tell me a little bit about where you came from? Why you decided Fredericksburg?
Well, I'm actually from the city of Brenham. I've been in animal control for 4 years. I did Comal County for 2 years, and I did City of Sealy for 2 years. I decided to come up to Fredericksburg because I used to come up here as a child every year. Love there. It's a beautiful area, and it's a country. It's still country. It's not city, and that's why I enjoy and wanted to come this way.
Very good. Congratulations to you and welcome aboard.
Thank you, sir.
Item number 5 is council comments. Council?
Had a lot has happened in the last 2 weeks. The Pioneer Memorial Library Friends of the Library had a great book sale on Saturday at the Adelsverein Hall, Food and Wine Festival, our first neighborhood town hall, which we'll get an update on later, and the Fredericksburg Volunteer Fire Department Halloween event last night. My kids thoroughly enjoyed.
I have received many. I'm assuming you have council received several Congratulations and commendations for the transaction to purchase Turner Hall. And I just want to brag on the Turner Hall Verein people who are making 16 of our really great nonprofits in town. All of them are great, but 16 of the all of the volunteer fire departments and so forth, who are going to be the beneficiaries of the proceeds from that sale. So there'll be 16 nonprofits divided by the total sale price, and they'll all benefit from that. I want to brag on the Turner Hall and congratulate those 16 nonprofits. All right, item number 6, action items and updates.
Yes, sir.
Okay. Oh, sorry, Sharon.
No problem. I didn't get your attention quick enough. The Convention and District Bureau now has a new leader. Brady Clausen took over yesterday, and Bernie Leffler walked out of the building. So Brady's with us today.
Brady, have a stand, will you,
Stand,
so
Brady.
we can congratulate you and welcome. Thank you.
We're glad to have Brady on board. They elected a new board yesterday, and John DeBay is their chairman. They're getting ready for the holiday prelude, which will be November 15th, and the Nights of Lights parade. They're putting stuff together for November 22nd. So there's a lot going on at the CVB and a lot of people helping Brady out. So thank you, Brady.
All right, I hope I didn't shut down anybody else. All right. All right, now we'll go to item number 6A, consider approval of city council. This is the minutes from the October 8th meeting. Any changes, or has that already been handled?
I move that we approve the council regular meeting minutes from October 18th.
Second.
I have motion and second to approve the minutes as presented. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
And the motion carries unanimous. We have obviously a very important issue that I know most of you are here to contribute and participate in, and it's item 6B, consider, discuss, and possible action on short-term rental uses code violations, enforcement matters, and consider possible initiation of a text amendment to the zoning ordinance. We do have an executive session item related to this that will be pertinent to our further discussion this morning. So I'm going to recommend that we go into executive session just to consider that one thing before we open it up for the public discussion on this issue. And that would be item 9D. Yeah.
I move we adjourn the executive session. Second.
Motion second to go from regular session into executive session. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
So don't go away. We're just going to do this one issue, and it's not going to be, we're not intending it to be long. We'll be back. We'll do everything we can to keep it short. We're back in regular session. Thank you for your patience. That only took about 17 minutes. That was our goal. Let me get my. I'm calling the agenda item 6. Is it B? And I've got lots of people who signed up to comment. And I'm going to make a general statement, but I want to be clear that those of you who signed up to make a statement or comment will have your full 3 minutes. This does not change anything. I'm just stating my views first, and then going to have the council respond. And the reason I'm doing it first, is it might mitigate what you say in your comments. I want to thank the almost 90 individuals who took the time to write me with their stories. I'm assuming council got them as well. Putting faces on the issue was very helpful because it takes it from the STR problem without any data to support prejudices to here are the facts as they apply to me. And that's the reason I ran for mayor, is I want to have evidence for every decision that we make. We should have the evidence, and it should be known that what we decide is not only called for, but will actually have the result we want for it. I was impressed with 3 main features of these emails. One, by far, they were very respectful, and they laid out the facts of the writer's personal stake in the matter. Most did not accuse me or the council of having ulterior motives or being regulation crazy. I really appreciated that. Number 2, they focused on the request that we delay action until we get a lot more data, which will inform us specifically about the economic and legal impact of anything we decide. And thirdly, most recognized that we are charged with some degree of further regulation on those that continue to give the industry a bad name. I appreciated the tone of the writers that that indicated that they had taken some time to reflect on seeing the issue from the point of view of those who disagree with them. That was nice too. And more mutual respect for opposing views is sorely needed everywhere these days. I think we agree. In fact, I believe the best way forward is to delay any action that carries with it a better than 50% chance of unintended consequences that make the situation worse. I brought up the issue after 6 months of the ordinance because I said I would. And I believe the majority of voters in the last election made their decision partly on that promise. Whatever you may think about the right way forward now, I hope most of you can see that the ordinance that went into effect on April 1st left some important issues unresolved. That's the point of the discussion now. And I intentionally centered my presentation a few weeks ago on the impact, on the impact this industry has on a larger issue of workforce housing. My style of dealing with an issue this complex is to present options for consideration toward the objective of breaking the logjam on our perpetual housing problem. I agree with those who say there is no direct path to solving our housing problem by over-regulating the STR industry. Totally agree. But we are spending time and money to continue looking at even tiny steps towards meaningful housing solutions, and to ignore the STRs and the impact of them on the lack of housing is to engage in further futility. I pledge, and I believe the council agrees, and they can speak for themselves, to work on the resolution of the impact of STRs on the lack of housing opportunities in a different way with a different mindset. I do not see the STR industry or the people working in it as an enemy. I want to know what you know. and I pledge to take time in learning it. And here's what I ask from you in return. Those of you invested in working in the SDR industry in Fredericksburg, please don't view me or us as your enemy. Let's set aside the urge to ascribe worst motives to each other. I view my charge to represent you as equal to my charge to represent everyone else in the city. I believe this is an extraordinary place. And the reason is because extraordinary people live here. And I believe we can work this out together. So I'd like to propose appointing a task force of knowledgeable people from both camps, members of the STRA, the Neighborhood Coalition, and some realtors, and negotiate some common sense, workable resolutions. This task force will meet regularly with me, perhaps weekly, except for the holidays, with the goal of presenting to the council at the appropriate time reasonable steps to take that keep this an extraordinary place. How wonderful would it be for us to be able to say, yes, this problem exists all over the country in many towns and in many states, but Fredericksburg got together as people who care about each other as neighbors and worked it out. Wouldn't it be great to brag on? One thing, though, seems to be urgent. What is to be done about the disruptive guests and STRs in our neighborhoods? That's an urgent matter. Many of the emails from the STR owner operators agree that this is bad and something should be done. While we take the time to make the effort at a negotiated settlement on the harder issues, what can we tell the people who pay a price potentially every weekend for interrupted sleep and quiet enjoyment? That's still on the table for me. Council?
I pretty much support what the mayor has said. I guess I'm always concerned when you read the mass media that tells us we're meeting in secret and trying to make these meetings where you can't make them. You're here. You apparently found a way to get to this meeting. So I understand that there are reasons. We didn't do it for our own purpose. We did it for the staff and other people. But I do think I still have issues with R1s. Not that we're going to do a drastic change, but our neighborhoods are being influxed with the STRs. And certainly, if you're an owner, I don't have a problem with you living on the property. But I think that all in all, we need to get some more information. We're trying to get our software system up to get it to give us proper information, but we really can't make a decision without some real true facts.
I agree with what the mayor said, and I think in our goals of having the continued thriving of our neighborhoods, we need to invest more in solid data and making informed decisions. So I appreciate all the input and look forward to what's ahead for our city.
I would like to also agree with the mayor. I don't think we have enough solid information or data to make an informed decision. I support his suggestion on a task force. As most of you know, I was involved in the writing of the ordinance with the last council. That was a involved process, and I just think we need more information. We need better enforcement, and to accomplish what that ordinance set out for. Is it perfect? No. We can we'll take a look at it during this process and see if we need to make any adjustments. But I agree with the mayor, and I look forward to seeing what the task force comes up with. Thank you.
I'd like to thank you, Mayor Hoover, for this well thought out and well presented idea. I agree with everything that you said. I'm hopeful that the task force, I hope that we will have intelligent reasonable people that will serve on this task force so that we can get somewhere with it. But I really appreciate the fact that you see as urgent the disruptive guests, and we can work on that. So I am hopeful and thankful for your leadership.
Thank you all. I want to note that we received some written comments on this, and just to make sure they're on the record, Mr. Moran, who I know is also signed up to speak, Jeffrey. And the point is that there is not, I think the overall point, Jeffrey, and correct me if I'm wrong, is that there's not enough data with regard to enforcement to make any real changes to the ordinance, to add to it or put teeth into it, so to speak. And then what are there, 50 pages or something like this of open cases? Is that? Yeah. Okay. Ashley Bolger, I don't know, sorry if I'm mispronouncing, stating the case that the quality and impact of STRs that to the good of our economy. And please go slowly. Robert Johnson, concerned about the proposed changes to the ordinance with regard to caps and transferability of permits. Damon Borich, Dr. Borich from Austin, same line, making the case that over-regulating is going to be bad. Kenneth Ketchum, same theme. I don't mean to shortchange, I'm just saying these are longer, but the themes are the same. And then Cindy Spaeth, a long comment explaining her position, which is done respectfully and thoughtfully. Now, those of you who signed up to publicly comment will be allowed. You can also defer if what I said and what we have said makes any difference. But since we do have several, I will limit you to your 3 minutes, and I will be pretty strict about that. Jeffrey Moran.
Good morning, council members, mayor, and Clinton. First of all, I want to say we appreciate everything y'all do, your time, patience, and also I view you as good friends and neighbors in the town. There's no enemy racial relation at all. So first of all, I'd like to discuss on the agenda 6B, consider, discuss, and take possible actions on STR uses, code violations, and enforcement matters. In the written citizen comments, I presented the City of Fredericksburg Code Violations Report. Through the Public Information Act, all city violations from 1 January through 30 September, the full 38-page report was furnished in PDF form report, and that's the report number I gave y'all. I consolidated the numbers in Excel and listed them in order from the highest to lowest of violations. Now, all those violations, those are citywide violations. And these violations closely match the same city findings that we had from last year's 2021, the meeting we had out there at Lady Bird Park. They're very, very similar. So in agenda item 6B, code violations and enforcement matters, this is one of the main reasons we're at this meeting on the discussion there. We've been talking about code enforcement like it was non-existent, but in reality, our code enforcement officers, Ray and Ted, have been working very hard at it, and I did not realize this. I wish to commend them as we had no idea of their hard workload. From January through September, in 274 days, they reported and filed 1,247 citywide violations. That's 3.54 violations per day, 7 days a week, if you just averaged it out. Of those 1,247 violations, only 278 were STR related, which is 22%, which pretty much falls in line with you have 1,000 STRs and 5,000 homes, it's 20%. Of those 278 violations, 240 were for water, trash, and light. That's 19.2% of the 22%. So that leads us, so violations of water restrictions, trash, and lighting can easily be corrected by everyone involved with promoting good operating policies. As you can see in this report, the STR code violations are very low, and that leads me to wonder why. Why are we even talking about additional STR proposals? Code violations and code enforcement was thought to be the problem. Well, sorry, that's just not the case. There are issues there, but it's not the case on that. With these facts from the city's own records, you can see that STRs are not a problem with code enforcement. The code enforcement is working. We all know that once in a while there will always be that bad STR guest, just like you might have a bad neighbor. By all means, if you have a problem, please call code enforcement or the police for issues that you might have, but at least please be good neighbors. In this current time of economic instability, high interest rates, no affordable housing, and rising inflation, please do not restrict and harm our community. The proposed restrictions will be harming our livelihoods through property devaluations and loss of property rights. And also, before anything else is done, please get our city up and running with STR software so it can operate softly. And I appreciate your comments, Gerald. Thank you all.
Thank you. Susan Tilley.
Well, I'm grateful for the opportunity to get to talk to y'all. I'm Susan Tilley. I've lived here since I was 16 when my family moved from Atlanta. So we've been here 52 years, and my siblings still live here, and my our children and our grandchildren we have. So we're pretty embedded in the community, and we're supporters of the community. We buy our groceries here, we buy our gas here, and we love living here. We love it. I can remember as a kid, whenever there was a road around the Fredericksburg, you could drive your car around it. And when I was a kid, I worked Christmas holidays at Dooley's, and then later when I got older, I worked at the Radio Post, which some of you probably have never even heard of. But I'm not one of those that wants to say, let's make it like it used to be, because quite frankly, when I moved here, as a teenager's view, Fredericksburg was drab and boring. And it's not like that anymore. It's very nice. I love it. I love the atmosphere. I love the hustle and bustle of the people. I've worked several different places since I've here, but now I work for an SDR management company. And I love it. I love the people I work for. They work very hard to make a living for their families. And they're respectable. And they want to make it here too. I spent most of my life as a single mother. I've been married twice, but both husbands are deceased, and neither one of them left me a pot to in. And so I had the idea, because I worked for the SDR management company, to build a little B&B on my property, and it would be the size of a postage stamp. But I'm an R2, and I'm very concerned with some of the rules and regulations that may be coming along that won't afford me that opportunity. I just said all that to say I support this community, and I am asking y'all to just do a little bit to support me. Thank you.
Thank you, Susan. Don Wagner. Randy Briley.
Good morning, Mr. Mayor, City Council, and City staff. I'm a very familiar face at this podium, and Emily, thank you for smiling at that. We spent an awful lot of time together in the last year and a half, and I will edit mine down a little bit, Gerald, based on your comments. But after the ordinance was passed, I think Jason Lutz said it best. If you have any happy individuals with this ordinance, we probably didn't do a great job. So, it passed full vote from the P&Z, from City Council at the time, and my feeling was I hope it was put to bed. Let's see how this thing works and make sure it's doing the best for our community and our residents as possible. So, Gerald, I will be honest, I was disappointed when it came back onto the agenda. I was a little frustrated. And to be clear, just for the record, the STR Alliance has never supported infringing on anyone's property rights. That includes residents, myself, owners, sunsetting moratoriums, non-transference, and permit revocations for minor offenses. We never supported that. We never will. But after that, I really thought maybe a different approach is the best approach. And so I reached out to Mike Mahoney, who's one of the leaders in the neighborhood coalition. I always respected how Mike approached this podium as well. He was always very thoughtful, data-driven, and very passionate in his beliefs. So we sat down and he accepted the invite to sit down. We talked about things. We talked about things that we don't agree on. And we were both interviewed recently by the Fredericksburg Standard. And I think Mike would agree it felt more like a debate than an interview. But, at the end of it, we shook hands. And the things that we disagree on, I think, are much smaller than the things that we do agree on. And I believe that Mike would agree that we want to work with Clinton and your staff. And we met with you yesterday. Thank you for your time. We want to work on solid data. And I agree with your statement there, Mr. Mayor. Effective code enforcement, and that includes supporting our police department and supporting our code enforcement officers. I believe, as Jeffrey stated, they're working very hard with a limited set of tools, and I think it's incumbent upon us to help support them do a better job, preserve our neighborhoods, and our job is to help educate STR owners and making sure they're doing the right thing and they're not creating infractions through ignorance. So our job is to help educate. None of us want bad actors in this town. So rather than sweeping restrictions, I propose, and I think you've echoed the thought that we had written previously, that I believe that between citizens can help solve this problem as well. So Mike and I are committed, or we've discussed being committed to sitting down together to take the sharp edges off, plug loopholes in the code, and try to make it a better ordinance. And so I'm committed to investing the time, and I know others are as well. But at the end of the day, it comes down to code enforcement. So if we can write the best ordinance in the world, but we're not enforcing it. So I would encourage the city to look at what can we do from a restructure perspective with code enforcement, perhaps under the police department. We talked about that yesterday briefly. What are those other measures that we could do to help enable our code enforcement officers and police to be more effective in that? So I think we have some ownership in helping you with that, and we're available to help do so. So thank you for your time.
Mike Mahoney.
Randy spoke far more eloquently than I would. We are trying to work together. I think there are vagueness in the code that is not helpful for enforcement. And I think if we can, as he said, take the edges off of that, plug some holes, particularly in advertising, we need to do a better job of making sure that potential renters understand what they're coming to, that they're renting a home that may be in a neighborhood, and that they take that into consideration in coming here, and we get the right kind of people renting here. So we've looked at the advertising ordinance first, and I think hopefully we'll have some suggestions on that in the near future, and be happy to participate in any task force that you come up with. Thank you.
I appreciate yours and Randy's agreement to work together. I think that's very important. Tammy? Hi.
I will happily defer my comments. Thank you, Mayor.
Okay. Charlie Morin?
Good morning. Thanks for letting us have a few minutes to speak. I'll start off by saying that I am not a resident of Fredericksburg. I live in Bulverde, Texas. I do have businesses in Fredericksburg. I came here sort of looking or wanting to add to my American dream, and some of these things that are now happening are maybe making it become a bad dream. It's just the way it is. Today's an anniversary for me. I opened my first business here 2 years ago today on Main Street. It's become very successful. I'm in the real estate business in San Antonio, and I thought since I spend so much time in Fredericksburg, I would move my real estate business up here. I thought again that these situations were put to bed with the last council. And then I find out the day before I close on my second STR or potential STR that they haven't been put to bed, and I'm at risk of losing $1 million. It's a hard thing to swallow when you're reading things in the newspaper, and maybe they're not true, saying that, well, basically the elimination possibly through regulation. And it doesn't sit well with me. I have 5 kids and 5 grandkids. I still have 2 children that I support full time. And if some of these things are enacted, it will greatly harm, because I've spent millions investing in this city for it to potentially be taken away, at least on one of my properties. Hopefully you guys can understand that. I am not against regulation, but when it could potentially lead to elimination, that's a different story. A lot of the things that I've read in the paper and read at the council meetings and attended meetings have been addressed. From the Texas Supreme Court, one of my good friends, Jeff Rose, was actually the Chief Justice of the Third Court of Appeals, Zator versus the City of Austin. Most all of the things that we're talking about have already been addressed from the Texas Supreme Court. Hopefully y'all will read that and keep it in mind, and hopefully you'll come visit some of my businesses.
Charles, can I get some clarification from you? I'm able to respond to you because this is on the agenda.
Okay.
Tell me what you're specifically saying is putting you in jeopardy.
Well, I purchased a second location for an STR, well, for potential STR. It was not an STR previously. It was a vacation home for a family. So no one really lived there full time. There's no other, everything else there are STRs. There's one neighbor, that's it. There's many storages across the street. Well, if I don't get my permit, I've just spent a huge amount of money that I would not that I would lose the whole thing, but it's definitely, if I go to sell, the price will be greatly devalued, but it's still not going to be a starter home or a neighborhood home. It's a very expensive home and a beautiful property.
Okay, I just want to be clear that if I'm hearing you correctly, and counsel, correct me if I'm wrong, but you're not in jeopardy of anything we've decided.
Well, nothing you've decided as of yet, just potential.
Okay.
I mean, just what I'm reading in the paper. I'm not involved in the meetings as much.
Okay.
But I do. I come to Fredericksburg every day. I drove 65 miles each way for 1.5 years to start my first business, and I love the town and I love everything about it except for a few little STR issues. Thank you so much.
Are you an R1? Is that what you're?
Are you an R1 or R2?
I have one in R1 and one potential in R2.
Okay.
Okay.
Okay. So I get it, because we've talked, it appeared in the paper about a suspension of applications on R2. Okay. That's what I'm saying today, is that we're suspending all of that until we have more data and more input from the citizens. So, yeah.
Thank you so much.
Thank you, Charles. You have a great business. I know that. Leslie Spraggins.
Good morning. So my name is Leslie Spraggins. I'm a resident of Fredericksburg. I'm certainly very glad to hear about the idea of the task force. Just so you know, there have been 2 task forces working for over 1.5 years on this. One was the Alliance and one was the Coalition. And so bringing the 2 together is a fabulous idea, and I don't know why we didn't do it before. Because we've been spending so much energy, and so have they, butting heads, that if we just got together, maybe we could come up with a solution for the things we all do agree on. The things that are in the fringes we maybe can't agree on ever. But there are things in the middle I think we can all agree on. So I'm thrilled to hear about that, because I think that's a good way to go forward. So I feel like we're all sick of hearing about the bad actors. If these actors do exist, we need to know who they are. I don't know why for 1.5 years we've been talking about them. Who are they? Where are they located? I mean, I'm imagining the city can certainly get me to court for watering my flower boxes on a Sunday with my drip system.
I can get summoned to court for that. But these bad actors that we continue to hear about over and over again, why are they not in court? Why have they not been caught? Why? So I'm a pretty industrious type gal, and I think if I knew the addresses in one weekend, I could have this taken care of. So why can't all of you guys get it done? Mainly, I'm talking about the city. Secondly, the problem with Granicus has to be resolved, and now. It's unacceptable that a professional organization could operate this way and get away with it. I mean, many of your STR owners are wanting to do the right thing. We are hanging out there out of compliance indefinitely. We can't get our permits renewed. The city needs to get their house in order before they start telling me what to do with mine. I'm looking forward to working with all parties to come to fair and real resolutions to these problems with the management and the operations of STRs for the betterment of the whole community. Thanks.
Thank you. Matt, is it Durrett? Did I say that right? Yeah. Okay, Matt.
Hello, very nice to meet you guys. I'm Matt Durrett, I'm the owner of Cozy Vacation Rentals in town. I had a lot of different comments this morning before I did hear that, and I just want to say I think that this task force is much needed. I've spent the last year and a half watching the last regulation just divide this entire community, divide this entire room. It's about time that we did come together and come up with smart solutions, because there are smart solutions. There really are, to trash, to noise, to parking, to the bad actors. There are ways around this. There's technology that can solve these problems. They exist today. We use them in a lot of our homes that we manage. And, we really want to work together. I hope to be a part of this task force. I would really like to provide some insight. And I would really love to have you all come and, we've got half of our team over there, about 15 people right now, who aren't even out in the community servicing our properties, supporting our properties. I would love for you to come and just spend a day in the life of what a property management company is and what we do for this community and how much each one of those people over there care. And I would love to have you guys just show you a whole day of what we do day in, day out. And I really appreciate your time, your consideration, and really kind of change the thought and bringing us all together as a community to solve this problem. Thank you.
Thank you, Matt. I hate to butcher names, and I apologize if I am. Nick, is it Zweeker? Is that right? Zeiker? Okay.
First of all, thank you for what you said. But I still want to read. Good morning. My name is Nick Zeiker. I've been following these meetings since last October, with my main interest being in R2 and STR by right. I watched as Jason Lutz repeatedly assured existing stakeholders that they'd be grandfathered in, and watched as the city attorney sat by meeting after meeting raising no objection. A little bit about me. My wife and I and our 2 young boys live in Austin. We wanted to own a little property in this amazing town as a forever family weekend home. It's expensive, so we needed to rent it out when we're not there. We did everything in good faith. We bought an R2 property, which was more expensive, but it had rights associated that R1 did not. We bought a block away from Maine, perfect location for STRs, as we would not upset any neighbors. We did everything staff said we needed to do, and we did it in good faith. And now, after investing everything my family has into this awesome community, you're talking about, maybe not anymore, but putting a moratorium on our permit and not letting us do with our property what we intended to do. Who are these 1,000 applications out there? From as far as I can tell, a vast majority are renewals, since R1 are being declined. The rest are R2 or R1 accessory units. What does that mean? It means they're your neighbors, they're families. They're people who are trying to put food on the table and pay for daycare. They're parents who are sitting down after the kids are asleep and worried about the economy. But hey, they have this right to rent out the garage apartment to make a couple extra dollars to pay the bills. Is it their ideal situation? No, but they also don't want a full-time tenant living in their house. They just want to rent it out a few weekends a year to help with the bills. They're also couples getting close to retiring and relying on their home's equity to support retirement and seeing that quickly evaporating. First, by the world economy, and then as a result of having their property rights stripped and their home not being worth what it was with a transferable permit. There are people like me working 2 jobs and overtime to pay the bills, but looking to have a place in this amazing community to bring my kids on the weekends. You talk about missing families. Well, this is a family wanting to have a stake in the community. They're all human beings. What are the issues we are trying to solve? Affordable housing. At an average price of over $500,000, even if you slash prices by 30%, can most families afford to own here? Families disappearing is a sad reality for many communities across the U.S. So let's let the families who do still live here have every economic chance to stay as possible. Noise, trash, lighting. Aggressively enforce the rules passed in April. You're all elected to represent all the citizens of Fredericksburg in all of Fredericksburg. And I know that you had a mandate to aggressively regulate STRs, but putting a blanket moratorium on people's rights and stripping away existing property rights won't solve the immediate concerns. So let's address them, but don't bankrupt and ruin people's lives in the process. I urge you to think about your consequences for every decision you make. Thank you for your time. Thank you, Nick.
Matt, I want to give you a call later, take you up on your offer. So I want to make sure that I have your phone number correctly. It's 830-300-500. Okay. Bill Snyder.
Thank you, Mayor and Council. I'm going to speak on overcrowding in short-term rentals. I would ask the Council to reconsider the maximum occupancy of a short-term rental. Right now, it's 2 per bedroom plus 2. The problem with that is it does not take into account square footage. I can tell you that the old rule was 1 person per 200 square feet and created a much safer environment for our guests. I think that I don't think overcrowding is in anyone's best interest. Let me give you some examples of what I'm talking about. STR number 1, comfortably sleeps 8. It's 1,385 square feet. My wife and I live in a 1,400 square foot house on Center Street, and it's not nearly big enough. So when my wife and her husband, and when my daughter and her husband, I got 2 daughters and they've got 2 husbands. When they're in the house, you can't hardly move around. So short-term rental number 2 sleeps up to 10, 1,765 square feet. House number 3, 10 guests, 1,680 square feet. Short-term rental number 4, 9 guests, 1,650 square feet. Number 5, 1,356 square feet, 8 guests. I'm not the most computer savvy person out there. I had to do it for work, but I don't really enjoy doing it. But I can pull up all this information within 10 minutes online. So if you're looking at the occupancy rates, if you sleep 8, you need 1,600 square feet in the old system. Just as an example, there is a short-term rental not too far from my house. It's 1,160 square feet. It advertises to sleep 10. Now, the verbiage in this new rule allows them to overbook. If it was 200 square feet for 1 person, that 1,160 square foot short-term rental would sleep 5 people legally. I mean, you can cram people in there. I get it. But the last one that I'm going to mention is it's under 1,500 square feet, and they advertise to sleep 12. So, all that being said, I talked to the fire marshal yesterday, He understood the problem, but he stated that he was not part of the decision-making group that came up with these new ordinances. I would certainly think that maybe the council, not telling you what to do or telling you what your job is, but I think he would be a wonderful resource to talk to about what would be the safest avenue for our guests. Thank you,
Bill. No applause? Kelly DeCuffa.
Good morning. I'm Kelly DeCuffa. First, let me say thank you guys for your service as city council members and city staff. I really appreciate the attitude and your commitment to what you do. It's a hard job. I had comments written out. I'm going to freestyle a little bit based on the task force, so bear with me. I'm not a fan of freestyling. But I do feel that I need to make a few comments. It is hard for me to get to these meetings because they do happen during work hours. So a few things are on my mind, one of which is just, I really appreciate the idea of creating a task force. The community needs stability. I think regardless of what forum you sit in, it's evident to see we need stability. And I think task force are in the right spirit of reuniting us and creating that stability. I'd also ask, as we consider going to a task force and we consider STRs, that we not look short-term, but look long-term to the economy and what it does for Fredericksburg. As I've seen the comments and read the regulations, and regulations are good. That keeps us all within our boundaries, and I want to definitely follow those for the STRs we have. But we also need to not be short-sighted. We need to understand the long-term impacts of affecting zoning rules and regulations on our tourism market. And so as we create this task force, I would say focus on obviously setting up those rules and guidelines, but also what it's going to do to our macroeconomics for this community. What differentiates us from other sleepy towns in Texas is our robust tourism. And we don't want to do anything to jeopardize that, because the last time I looked, we're not doing a very good job of wooing industry here or alternate forms of employment. So the next thing I would say is just, I'm freestyling. The next thing I would say is, for a living, I roll out large systems, roll them out to groups of thousands. And what I would tell you is, as a community in this rollout, we don't want to be short-sighted. So I love the idea of the task force, and I love the idea of data, but we really want to see what Granicus is going to do. We really want to see what the regulations are going to do. You're probably looking at a 3 to 5 year window to get good data. You really are. So as we pull this together and we push ourselves to get to timelines, we need to consider what is reasonable timelines, or what are reasonable timelines to get to the good data. 6 months from now, we won't be fully employed as far as the new system and the new processes. You really need more runway to get to good decision making, good data for good decision making. I talked about long-term, the macroeconomics. I want to talk 1 second about that. If we think about our community and long-term, the finances and what drives revenue in our communities, what I want to remind us is if we propose more restrictions on STRs, we economically think of supply and demand, think of the graphs. We could see this happen. If you drive prices down because you have too many restrictions on STRs, and again, I'm supportive of where we landed, but I'd really like to see us pull up a little bit on a lot more changes and let us be stable. But if we see prices drop, what we will see is people get less money for their homes. When they get less money for their homes and they want to go to their next home, they can't afford it. And so what you'll also see is a push towards going out to the county, getting out of the grid, because now your house in town's not worth it. You don't have the money to go outside of city. You don't have the money to go to county. So you go to another county to live. We need to be really careful about where we push people to.
Kelly, I need you to wrap it up because you've come through your time.
Yeah, I got it. Thank you. You're not the first man to say that. And then the last thing I'll say is I also appreciate the push towards sustainable housing. I want that as much as anybody for our community, for our kids. But I'd just remind us all, if you participated in trick-or-treating last night, Where did people trick or treat? They didn't trick or treat in town. They trick or treated in our rural communities. That's where the majority of kids were. So I just remind us of that. Yeah, they were in Stone Ridge, big time. They were in the community behind Cross Mountain, big time. They were not in our city grid. So thank you for what you do. I appreciate it. I'm looking forward to us uniting on this. Thank y'all.
Thank you, Kelly. Is it Moises Sanchez? Did I say that right? Yes. Good.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Thank you. I work with the part of lawn care. And I've been here just a little over a year with Cozy Vacation Rentals. And I'm going to speak on the part of, I'm out there in the field. The team that I work with, they're an awesome team. We don't just, we do our lawns, we do our yards, we're respectful in every way that we can. Just like yesterday, we don't just, we just go a bit above beyond our scope. On Highway and Creek Street, there was trash, debris on the street. That's not our scope. But I'm just saying this to say this is that we'll pull over it, we'll pick it up, we'll dispose of it. There's bags and whatnots. When we work with, side by side with our neighbors, homeowners or not, sometimes we see them working. If something's hard, the bags are hard, we kindly ask them, we'll do it for you. We don't charge them. We won't, because this is a community where we work. I'm a husband, a father of two. This company has given me such a privilege to climb further than what I have had before. We spend our money here. We do our groceries here. We fill up our tanks, our gas here in this town. We eat here. We attend. We're courteous to whomever is around us. It's just not our team. I also do evening jobs with maintenance. We really conduct ourselves that when we're with our guests, they're not loud people. Sometimes they can be. And if they are, we address it. We have a team that immediately goes to them and helps out to close out the noise or whatever it is. We really address certain things that people don't really see on a day-to-day basis. I do. And so as well as my team. So when saying this is that we do love this community. We respect it. We respect the owners. We respect what they feel. And we just want to be a part of a growth that is coming here. We're like they say, like, I really appreciate the prayer that we've got to be united, because I have a family to feed and work with, but I also love the place that I work at. So with that brings a comfort to come to work and wanting to work with people. So that's what I'd like to say. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Sanchez. I don't think I've heard any better hope for the city. And thanks for being a good example. Yeah. Jerry Sample. Gary, help me. Swady. Okay, Gary. Oh, one of those crazy.
I appreciate the opportunity to speak, and I'll try to make it as short and quick as I can. We have a home here that we purchased about 4 years ago on Travis Street. It is in an R1 area. We rent this out. First of all, I have two daughters here, Clinton Amy Backer and Erica North, with grandkids and everything. We eventually were going to live here, and we bought this house as a place for us to come to. We visit all the time, and we stay in the house a lot. We're staying there now. But we also rent this out as an STR to defer cost. And it also helps provide income for one of our daughters who is divorced. And she certainly needs the income. When we purchased that home, it had been neglected. The yard looked awful. The house looked awful. we totally renovated the house. We spent a fortune redoing this place because we intended to live there some. And the neighbors, who all are full-time R1 residents, they've come over and personally thanked us for what we've done, thanked us for improving the neighborhood, and they say, you've increased our property value as well. What concerns me the most is the proposal to limit transferability. You can certainly do that, and you can destroy a lot of people. You can destroy me financially because a lot of my money is in that home. If you destroy that, you've hurt me, but you also hurt my daughters that live here and me as a potential resident. And the other thing I think that is important, I think there's a feeling of a lot of people that all these foreigners are coming here from New York and Chicago and stuff, and they're buying these houses as investment, and they're making their money on Wall Street. That's a bunch of hooey. Most of the people that own short-term rentals in this town have a direct connection to this town in some way or another. They either live in San Antonio and they spend their weekends here, their grandkid lives here, their daughter lives here. They are here for a reason. It's not because they're some guy. This is a great place to invest a lot of money. I'm going to get rich by buying this STR. And I tell you what, I'll never recover the money I've spent in that place. I'm just trying to offset some of the insurance and taxes. It's never going to happen. And I applaud your ideas about the making housing affordable. And I hate to disappoint you, but that's not going to happen. You can shut these STRs down and make them all single resident. It's not going to make them affordable. I also have a home in a ranch in Mason, and I can tell you that the last time I looked, there's 3 houses for sale there, all of them built in 1930, and all of them over $250,000, and nobody can afford them. It's just the reality of where we are. I also have spent most of my life in Lubbock, where I raised my daughters. Right now, Lubbock has a shortage of 45 police officers. They can't even hire them because they can't afford the houses. That's just the reality. If you go to a restaurant in Lubbock, half of the seating area is shut off because they don't have any help. It's just the reality that we live in, and that wasn't caused by you. It wasn't caused by Lubbock. It's caused by mostly by policies that have come out of Washington. But anyway, that's my major deal. Is think hard about what you're doing, because you're going to disrupt a lot of people, and it's. The last thing I'd like to say is we're going to go by statistics. Statistics show that the vast majority of complaints are not from the vast majority of people. Most of the complaints here that are coming from ordinance violations, 80% of them are for residents. He just showed you the statistics. Of the 20% that are STRs, only a fraction of those are people raising hell, throwing beer bottles in the air, screaming. So that's the reality.
Thank you, Gary.
Thank you.
Can I take a quick poll of you good people over here representing Cozy? I know that you work here and you derive your income and so forth. How many of you are able to live here? So I see what? 1, 2, 3, 6 hands. Okay. All right. Leonard Bench.
Good morning. My name is Leonard Bench. We live in the city. I want to thank you for your personal support of Sue and me during the last couple of weeks because of our experience. The owner who bought the house next to us, bought it sight unseen and never been here before. He's been here twice and lives in Austin. So that was a good story, and I think it's true, but it's also true that other investors are here in our town. I think that the quiet enjoyment of my home as a property right is significant. And I think that right is continuous and not episodic. I don't think it should be a right that I can exercise Monday through Thursday. And the problem is that either I don't have or I have the expectation of not having that right every weekend and every holiday since this house next to me changed ownership. So as you think about this, I would have you put somewhere in your armamentarium in decision-making the protection of my fundamental right to the quiet enjoyment of my house. And the problem, I think, has to do with the number of people who are in the houses. Shortly next to us, it was listed for sleeping up to 25 people. And, you know, I don't know about you, I have a relatively big family, but we don't have 25 people in our house very often. Holidays, weekends. We do have every once in a while, you know, 10 people in our house for parties and for celebrations. But at the most, that's going to happen 1 or 2 weekends a year. And we're going to tell our neighbors about it, and they're probably going to be invited. That's not what's happening to me next door in my neighborhood on Bowie Street. The second thing is that I think that, as Robert Frost said, good fences make good neighbors. I think good rules make good neighbors. I think that if we have really well-written ordinances that are consistently enforced, we're going to attract the kind of business owners that we want here. I think that the problems that we're having, and I'm hearing here, this is very actually interesting and helpful to me. We have these so-called outliers. The thing is, you know, they may be a few in number, but they're really disruptive. And I think that it's because of the laissez-faire ordinances and worse than that, lack of enforcement, that allows these people and has allowed these people to expect that they can come to our town, make an investment for their short-term economic gain. And I realize that some people have longer-term economic gains in their horizon, but for their short-term gain, and it's all dependent upon my being there and the people, my neighbors, having our homes that we care for. They come for the quiet neighborhoods, the wide streets, the old houses, you know, all that kind of stuff. But we're kind of a commodity for them. We are a fungible commodity. This gentleman next to me who I called, he didn't call me, I called him. He had no clue that his short-term rental for up to 25 people would have any effect on us in our neighborhood. He had no idea that the cars were a problem, or the noise was a problem, or the trash was a problem, or the lights on all that long were a problem. So I think that he actually was he was exploiting us, exploiting me. So as we go forward with this task force, which sounds like a reasonable idea, I hope that there will be middle ground that will be helpful to everyone. I certainly don't want to destroy anyone's right to businesses or life or whatever, but the people who live here, the people who make up our community, what makes this town really cool for a lot of reasons, but one of them is our neighborhoods. And it is true that the STR rentals have led to the improvement of some of the older homes in our town, and I'm really happy about that. But in any event, I was asked you to consider my notion that I should have the right to quiet enjoyment of my home continuously. Thank you.
Thank you. Mickey Cunningham.
I won't know, but I would like to know specifically what data.
Speaking for me, Mickey, I'm looking for the number of STRs operating in what parts of town. I'm looking for the specifics of violations that are on file. I'm looking for the number of owners that are the party houses that have been mentioned several times. As we hear a lot about them, and I know where 4 or 5 of them are because the people who live next to them email me, but I don't know where they all are. Council, what other pieces of data are you looking for? Oh, the new. Sorry, I asked you a question and interrupted. The new circumstances of legal cases that are on the files, the new economic circumstances that we face that weren't the case in April, the 1st of April. There are 3 or 4 now. I'm drawing a blank. Council, you have any answer to Mickey's question? What data do you feel like we're missing most?
I think on with the municipal court, what the backlog is and what this new court is going to be able to provide, how quickly, just time that it takes to process a permit and get proper inspections done and all that.
I'm concerned about the advertising that doesn't meet the existing ordinance.
Anita? Ortiz. Okay. Well, that's all the people that I have that signed up to speak on it. Thank you again for your comments, and I hope that you feel like we're approaching the same page. Council, I just want a couple of other things about the task force. I know it sounds like it's a punt, like, well, let's just kick the can down the road. But I think we seem to agree that we need more information and more input before we make any of these decisions with regard to what would be considered large changes or additions or amendments or revisions to the ordinance. But we still have the issue of the urgent matter of every weekend, every weekend I get notice from people in the community that have been disrupted. I do. And I know that you've said, well, where are these people? We don't know where they are. We don't hear from them. And it's not the same ones. And it's people that I know and trust. So it's not the people who are just making stuff up. We do have an issue there, and that's something we need to address. Council?
I'd like to make a motion. We ask the mayor of the city council to appoint a task force, the number being whatever is appropriate, to look into the short-term rentals.
I'll second that.
I don't have a motion and a second to pull the trigger on creating this task force as described, which would be a combination of people from the point of view of the STRA and the neighborhood coalition. My preference is to have some people in the realtor business as well, and perhaps some others. I don't want it to be too big, but it needs to be big enough. But we can, you want to go ahead and pass the motion without the specifics, or did you want to add specifics discussion?
The only specific I would like to include is a time frame. I feel like we have a lot of people hanging in limbo. So I'd like the task force to have a time frame to work within, get back with an answer quicker.
You want to amend the motion in any way?
What do you think? Having recommendations by the end of the year? Is that too soon?
I don't think we need to put a time frame on it.
I just don't want it to drag on.
Well, I think people get tired of going to meetings too, so it won't drag on.
Well, considering that we are approaching the time when people are absent and celebrating and so forth, I don't have a problem personally with a time limitation. I think it keeps people on task, and I certainly don't want to keep people in limbo. But we could, I don't know, what do you think, Sharon? Would you like to make a recommendation? What do you think would be appropriate?
Maybe 6 months.
6 months? Are you serious?
Well, she wanted a year. She wanted a year.
No, I went 2 months.
Oh,
Today's November
missed
1st,
it.
the end of the year.
Would you consider 3?
3 months. I'm at 3 months.
That gets us through January. And I want to commit to you, council, I will stay on top of this, and we will meet and move the ball forward. This is not a delay tactic. Exactly the opposite.
I'll amend my motion, say with the 90-day.
Okay, 90 days of today.
I'll re-second.
All right, a motion and second to appoint this task force for 90 days starting today. Any other additions, amendments? All in favor of the motion, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? The motion passes unanimously. All right, we are done with the STR issue today. I will pause for a few seconds, those of you who need to get back to work. Thank you for being here today. Please go ahead and exit the room and continue your conversations away because we're still in session. I appreciate that. Yes.
Yeah.
You know we're losing Sam Sutton.
I didn't think better memory than I do. Come on, that's how new you let the most.
You're still right across the street.
First Friday. I should have met a little Latin touch.
Well, that sounded. What I'm saying is back Wednesday.
I love people. In the rest of it, the money part, I spoke about it because I think that part to sustain your business. That second, if you make these connections, you know, it's like my brother, he's the founder and CEO of CEO. I'm taking a paycheck like $30 million.
All right, we'll reconvene since we have everybody in place. Council, oh, do you need to? Okay. I heard. Yeah. Is she the top? Dot? She's it. Council, I'm calling now on item 6C to consider, discuss, and take action regarding development of parking management strategies to address parking issues on the vicinity of Maine. First of all, I want to say that I asked for this to be put on the agenda, but I didn't have any expectation that we would take any action. But if you certainly are free to do that, I just wanted you to know that I put it on the agenda for discussion. Clinton?
Sure, Mayor. Thank you. This is something that we've actually talked about over the past several years, and depending on who you talk to, filled spaces in terms of parking on Main Street can be a problem, but other people, and I can't help but see Jim Giroux in the back. Jim, since you're not coming up, can I make a statement regarding your perspective on this?
Jim thinks that if we have empty spaces up and down Main Street, that's a parking problem. So certainly there are times, there are times of the weekend, later in the week, that we do have a lot of demand for parking, and especially the golden blocks of Main Street. The blocks generally bound by Adams Street and Washington. Those right there, a lot of times you see people driving around the block searching for a space. But the information that I've provided, and this is intended to be a very open discussion with the council. Again, what is your perspective on the issue, and what are some things you think maybe can resolve some of the issues? The background that I provided in the packet is a downtown parking study that was completed by the Goodman Corporation. Again, I provided this to you for the purpose of giving you a lot of the data that was generated and included in this report. How many parking spaces do we have? What is the demand for the parking? Where is the demand for that parking? What are some of the options to address parking issues in some of the areas? What are some of those strategies that other towns use? And I can tell you that as we started looking at this, we've looked at other towns similar to Fredericksburg. Estes Park is one of them, Estes Park, Colorado. They have a lot, they're a tourist city, attract a lot of visitors. They have a main street. They have a parking issue. And they did a parking study years ago. It's a consulting firm. Anna Garrett helped me out. I'm not sure the firm. It could have been half, maybe, associates that did the study. Very comprehensive study, data-driven, and Estes Park actually hired the lead, a project lead from the consulting firm to be their parking coordinator. They created a department to implement this plan, and it's been very successful. It includes some limited time parking. It includes some free parking in different places along throughout the city, some of the highly congested areas. They do have structured parking outside of town with a shuttle, a free shuttle, bringing people in. So it's a very dynamic program, and this is a very dynamic issue. The issues that we see on the weekends are certainly not an issue on Monday and Tuesday generally. That might change if there's a holiday or something like that. Spring break is busy all week, festivals and so forth. But it's a very dynamic thing. And it doesn't just change with the day of the week, but it also changes with the seasons. It also changes with new development. Really what we talk about, really what we're trying to accomplish when we talk about managing the parking spaces, the existing parking spaces that we have on Main, on and around Main Street, is trying to look for ways to maybe limit how much time someone can park in those spaces on certain days. And again, these are just ideas that are widely used, across the United States for people that are looking for solutions. But try to limit that time so that we turn over those spaces, so that we can take advantage of the small volume of spaces in those core blocks, spread it out a little bit. If you know that you can't park there for 4 hours, you might pick a space on West Main or more west on Main Street. So again, a very dynamic issue. I'm interested to hear the council's perspective on this. I know that the mayor and I both have been approached by a couple of individuals in the community, Dr. Hammerson being one of them, that had an idea about, I think, a parking timer. Maybe, Mayor, you might go into that in a little bit more detail. There are a lot of methods out there. There are some people that are interested in looking into the issue. Some people see it as an issue. Some people see it as a really good thing. I'm interested to hear from the council. I'm interested to get a little bit of direction from the council. I will say that Garrett and I've had this conversation with the Goodman Corporation. Anna and I have talked about this a little bit. I think it's important that we get all of our stakeholders involved along Main Street, business owners, maybe create a Main Street emergency group or something like that. Maybe create a task force to take a look at this issue. Because depending on who you talk to, again, it may or may not be an issue. And again, Jim is adamantly opposed to parking meters. Every time I mention parking, he brings up meters and how they weren't successful and they're no longer in place. But there are a lot of other parking management strategies out there. So again, working with all of those folks to have a better understanding of their perspective, the issue, and possible solutions, I think it would be important as one of the first steps to get everybody on the same page.
So is the question whether we work with the data that's in this study or whether we pay for another study like this one? Is that the question?
I don't think we necessarily need another study. And again, this was just provided as very high level background. How many spaces do we currently have on Main Street? Well, just shy of 2,000. When you include all of the spaces in residential areas, you almost double that or more than double that. Is that something the council wants to continue with when we have festivals, pushing some of that parking into the neighborhoods? One of the options that we've looked at in the past is creating a structured parking opportunity, parking garage. We were looking behind the visitor center at one point, also on some county-owned property just off Adams Street, south of Main. That's an option, certainly more of a paid-for parking type situation. Are there some parking management strategies in the golden blocks the council would like to, for staff to research and bring back to the council? We're just really trying to get a perspective at this point. And, you know, I don't think we need to do another study. We have a pretty good idea, but looking forward, you know, Fredericksburg, in terms of tourism volume, continues to grow. When you look at the 10-year projection, or even the 20-year projection, the data shows there will be more demand for parking spaces than we have spaces. There are a lot of private surface parking lots that we're not taking full advantage of, or we don't know exactly how they operate. So again, I'm looking for a perspective from council. Is this an issue that you want staff to look into a little bit more and explore specific solutions to some of these? I can tell you that over the past couple of months, I've heard of a couple of private individuals, private developments that are potentially pursuing building parking lots off of Main Street with either shuttle back and forth or just an opportunity to park all day long. There's been some discussion about private development of structured parking in areas just off Main Street. So, you know, it's an advantage for business owners in Fredericksburg to resolve the parking issue if there is one, make an investment in structured parking, make an investment in property and build a parking facility. So it's not just a city issue, it's a city and a private issue, I would say.
Because this data is so old.
2018 is it when this was?
16, and then we had an update in 21.
Okay.
And then I have trouble with the calculations where if we build a parking garage, we'll make $508,000 a year.
Right.
You know, I live and work right in the central business district, and the only time there appears to be a serious parking problem is Oktoberfest.
Right.
Because I don't know how accurate the data in here is, but 2 times we have lots of people are horse races and Oktoberfest. And horse races, there's plenty of parking out at the fairground. So that just leaves Oktoberfest. We always pay attention to how many people are parked in front of where we live. And it goes with food and wine fest, but just a small amount. But Oktoberfest is the time that we see people walking, you know, driving, trying to find a place to park. So.
Right. So
I didn't hear that. What was that?
He wants a 100-story building for Oktoberfest.
So Councilman Joseph,
One of the things I'd like to know is it possible to have parks where you park, that there are parks during the, like, in the Bethany lot? That lot is used for other things, for barbecues and for the Nativity drive-through, and then we lease it to the city for some of the festival parking. Are there not places in town that you can do something like that where it's multiple use and it's not just parking? As a parking garage would be nothing but parking. Yeah. Anyway, that would be my question.
George, straighten us out. He signed up for public comment.
Yeah. George Tudor at 1015 Avenue D. I have no problem parking my little short car in my garage. So everyone should buy a little scooter like I have. No, but the parking study that I responded to when they first brought it forward, I stood up here and said, look, this is about a company trying to justify a parking garage. And without having looked through all of the operational things that you could do besides building more spaces. And so I want to address some of that right now. You should be looking at parking in conjunction with traffic flow and with safety in EMS first in mind. So if you're going to prioritize assessing where we are today with parking, I would put safety first. I would ask EMS and see where they see the issues are, especially like with Oktoberfest. You know, can we get to the places we need to put the fire out or to rescue somebody who's got a, defibrillator? The parking on Main Street, we should be fighting DOT to make sure there's no one sticking out into that second lane. I mean, everyone has the right to drive safely through our city, and whether you turn the cars around and park them the other way, or you go to DOT and if you can't get DOT to respond, maybe you have to go to the feds. I don't know, but we need to keep that lane open. That's number one, I think. Also, in the near term, I see no reason why we couldn't use high taxes for shuttling both customers and business employees around. I mean, look for a near-term solution in terms of shuttling. And then I also like the idea of applying technology to help out information flow to the visitors, say through apps on the phone or through better signage. Been to Estes Park, for example, and I knew where to park because the signs were at convenient places. So many places have poor signage, and you drive into town. Where do I go? So? That's it.
Thank you, George. Jim, would you mind coming up and let me interrogate you?
So if anybody doesn't know, I'm Jim Giroux. I live in town. I've had business on Main Street for 25 years. There's not a lot of us that have been around that long.
I appreciate that. I'm coming to the party late, and so I wasn't part of the 2016?
And it was twice. We did it twice.
We did it twice? Mm-hmm. Okay. Tell me what the impetus was to get a study.
Mr. Myers wanted to build a parking garage. Am I wrong?
Yeah. Well, I mean, question asked, question answered.
So, no two ways about it. We need more surface parking. We just simply don't have enough, and the surface parking we have is not managed. The parking lot behind Clear River is a free for all. The agreement we have with Ray Rogers across the street is not managed. It's not striped. It's haphazardous parking. There's no way for us to fix Oktoberfest weekend, but it's one weekend out of 52. So that's going to happen no matter what. People that are coming from out of town to shop here, they're going to circle until they find a place. So we're not losing customers because of our current parking situation. Everybody knows my feelings on parking meters. I was part of that. The last time I was able to get downtown merchants together in a uniform fight was to get rid of those darn things. Mayor Crenwell helped. I just got a text from Kent Myers. He said he has one of the old parking meters. He's going to send it to me. So, but and I heard technology mentioned. Unfortunately, technology doesn't work for everybody. A lot of the visitors that are coming to our town are older. You're not going to get a World War II vet to put his phone up and try to find a parking spot. The second thing is that on busy weekends, technology doesn't typically work downtown. We just don't have the bandwidth for it to function. So a technology-based solution is not there. I think the simplest solution is for the city to try to figure out how to help manage some more of the surface parking. We have it; it's vacant. It's there. The county parking is a perfect example. We don't need to build a building there. We just need to take those 100 spots and stripe them. Charge, put a box up, put $2 in it, charge for it. But that's just my thought.
Let me ask you a question. Let's say that we could put in a monetizing system for downtown parking that just worked beautifully. And I'm not talking about meters, because I personally agree with you that I wouldn't want to put meters up. But you know, there's a European style of you paying a fee for the day, and they give you a thing to put in your dash.
Correct.
How do you feel about that? Just on the idea of monetizing it. I mean, let's say that we, you know, as I say, we got it worked out well. We got the right people, what you used to call them meter mollies, but the people who do that, and we've got a good enforcement system for the violators, and we've got a good pay system, point of sale system, and all that sort of thing. On principle, would you be opposed to that?
Would you have that in a
May
mall?
I interrupt before
Oh, sorry.
Jim answers? I'm sorry, but have you seen Dr. Hammerson's presentation on the kind of pay thing that he's talking?
I have.
Okay.
So that's what I'm asking.
So my simple question to you is, would you go to a shopping mall that you had to pay to park? Because technically we are a shopping mall. We just don't have a cover over it. I mean, that's exactly what downtown is. Would you do that? Would you go to La Cantera and have to register your car and pay for a day to go shopping? No.
Well, I'm not a good test case because I'm completely stingy, and I'm not a shopper. But I'm asking, do you see that as a potential good idea for additional revenue stream?
So the additional revenue stream, let's break it down to this. How many full-time employees do you think the city would have to hire to handle that? Maybe $300,000 worth? So what do you think you'd have to charge to cover just the base of that? And that's not including the technology of putting this system in place. So that's a hard argument for me.
Okay. Well, your opinion means a lot to me because you've been on Main Street a long, long time, and I know you care about the community. I'm not committed to any idea. That's what I wanted to do, is just bat it around, see what people thought.
The economy is it's wavering a little bit right now. So you can, I took the main drag coming here this morning. I wanted to see what the parking spaces are like and their availability. I'm hoping by the time we leave, they're full. But I don't know of, I don't know who this is causing a problem for at this point. I just can't figure that out. For the most part, with a few exceptions, the locals just don't shop on Main, and that's a good and a bad thing, but probably more of a good thing because that Main Street's not designed and catered for that. We're an exception. A lot of locals come to us, but we have the benefit of a parking lot behind us. So I don't know where the problem is. At one time, the big concern from Goodman was that we were filling up the neighborhoods. But I've been driving them really consistently, and we're just simply not doing that. She lives one street from Main, so it's just not simply happening, except for that one exceptional weekend, and there's nothing we can do about that except divert them all to remote, and that's happening. They're going to the county fair space, and the Oktoberfest group is working really hard to try to get that to happen. So.
I think once we put the pedestrian bridge in on Lincoln, I guess.
That's exactly right.
That will probably defer some parking out that way too.
Correct.
Of course, then AGB will.
So your position at this point is that we'd be chasing a problem that probably doesn't exist, and if it does, it could be solved perhaps by the surface parking we already have to access at certain times.
So there's one other thing that I hope to, being part of the comprehensive plan and being on P&Z for so many years, I hope to improve. We missed an opportunity with the Albert. We should have required more parking of them. We went with our minimum numbers, and that was a mistake on all of our part. We should not have let that happen. I do know for a fact they would have simply put 2 more floors in their parking garage if we had asked it, and we did not. So I hope that we fix those potential intense problems in the future, and that's one of my things for the comprehensive plan to work on.
Anybody else for Jim?
How do you feel about timed parking? Not charged.
All
but-
day?
All day. Okay. 2
Yeah,
hours.
no, that's a doable deal. Some signs that say parking for 2 hours, 4 hours. It's I know that from some past CBB studies is that our Main Street walk and shop is pretty much a full 6 or 7 hour period. So what do? You give them only 4 hours and they only hit half the stores? Because it is a loop. It's a mall. It's a shopping mall. And I don't know if that's a benefit. The one challenge that can be probably regulated is there are employees on Main Street that that park on Main. And but I think that's an operational issue. I know none of our folks do it because that's a fireable offense. So I think that's an operational thing. But yeah, let's build an $8 million parking garage. What a burden.
Do you think it's possible to get a merchants? I'm sorry. Do you think it's possible to get a merchants group back together again to address this problem?
If you propose parking meters, I can get them back.
Hey, there you go.
No, I've been there, done that. Don't want them. I'm on your side of that. But George Studer mentioned something about the big trucks sticking out
Yes.
Main Street. Do you have any idea how to fix that problem?
The only way probably would be to take the angles and pitch them back a little bit more. But we also have some very uneven sidewalk spaces across Main. I mean, ours sticks out 7.5 feet. A lot of them only stick out 5 feet. So I think that's going to be one of the issues. And on the opposite side of us, that sidewalk curb is about that high. And I think those guys are worried about crushing their whatever. But that's probably a possibility. We could signage that say no vehicle over a certain. It is a problem, but I don't know of any accidents that it's caused at this point. That would be a good question for EMS. But I think the fire trucks have the ability to push them right out of the way if they need to.
Thank you.
Anything else for Jim?
What? You don't mind sticking around. First of all, I agree with almost 100% of what Jim is saying. And most of the time I do. But, regarding the vehicle sticking out into the outside lane, that has been a problem. What Jim is talking about is if you increase that angle a little bit, you can eliminate that. But at the same time, you're eliminating valuable parking spaces when you do that. So all up and down Main Street, you'll notice that there is a very strange island in the middle of unused space. And what we've talked to TxDOT about doing when they do an overlay of Main and restripe that is eliminating that and widening that outside lane. So that will give us a little bit more room, half the width of that island on either side. That will definitely help. But I agree that is a problem. We've been assured by TxDOT we're not going to be able to reduce Main Street to one lane each way, so that we could completely eliminate that issue. But going back to the structured parking, first of all, that doesn't add a lot of inventory to the entire available parking spaces. And there's no guarantee that people would use that. I'm not sure how many people would park behind the visitor center and walk a block or two to Main Street or walk to a festival. So there's certainly no guarantee that anyone would use that and be able to pay off any kind of debt. When we first started talking about this, and you can go back to the council meeting, I mentioned as we're talking about adding structured parking, we need to also be talking about parking management strategies, management of our existing parking inventory. And as Jim said, that's really, I think, the biggest part of the solution. And it doesn't have to be necessarily just managing parking on Main Street, but taking advantage of coordinating with a lot of these people that own surface parking lots. the churches. There are a lot of available parking spaces behind businesses on Main Street. Just not very well coordinated, and we don't know about all of that, what the uses are. I think this Main Street Merchants Group could probably not only discuss this issue, excuse me, but there would be a lot of benefits of that. There are certainly a lot of things we'd like to do on Main Street, from sidewalks to the number of lanes to talking about the truck traffic issue. There's just a gamut of things that I think would benefit the city if we had that type of group in place.
All right. Anybody else? I feel like we discussed it as much as I wanted to today. Do y'all want to?
I don't have any questions for Jim. I just wanted to throw some things out there in my scattered brain right now.
Thanks,
So
everybody.
Apologize.
Thanks, Jim.
Thank you. First off, I think it's very telling that the study was completed primarily to support the need for construction of a downtown parking for the terminal, and the company who completed the study happens to build parking garages. That said, the study area doesn't even encompass some of the, like, it's very small. It's 2 blocks north and south of Main, just in the middle. But if we look at that, the Nimitz was the hot spot. And so maybe we could encourage them to look for some sort of trolley system to accommodate their needs. I did have a question about the EDA grant. Is it site specific? Do you know?
It is.
It is. Okay.
I believe that's correct, Garrett. I know we were looking at 2 sites.
The grant application itself is based on the visitor center site. Now, there could be a possibility that is transferred to the county site, but at this point, it's the visitor center. And again, that's just for 1.4 million out of I think $8 million structure.
Thank you. The other thing, the issues that George raised about safety, Kimley Horn did an awesome study with some great ideas, including that narrowing of the that middle space on Main. And I know we've gone to TxDOT for funding and didn't get on their plan, but we're working on that. And for TxDOT funds, it would have to be on system, so it would have to be like on 290, 1687. We've got some other off-system concepts, and I've talked to Senator Cornyn's staff and Congressman Roy's staff in trying to figure out what we might be able to apply for. Yes, it's frustrating when you have to make a loop, but it's a loop. Or I could walk an extra block.
Just to clarify real quick, so we had the meeting with TxDOT. The restriping plan that Clinton mentioned is included in the city's short-term transportation improvement project. Because it's on Main Street, TxDOT has committed to including that in their mill and overlay project. So that they've committed to that. It's the off-system or the outliers that they haven't committed to yet.
Thank you. And what is the let date on that? Is that the first one or the second one?
So there's actually 2 of them. I think the break point is at Washington. So it's kind of right in this area that we're talking about. One of them is late 2023. The other one is in 2024.
I will just comment, I don't live as close to Main Street as Sharon does. I live 3 blocks off, and I don't see the traffic other than Oktoberfest as well.
So this is on our agenda because they want us to recommend the council discuss this item and provide direction to city staff. Have we?
Well, I think the discussion has given us a sense of your perspective on any parking issue on Main Street. What I would ask is the council interested in us moving forward with continuing to research parking issues in certain areas? Do you want us to close the door on the structured parking idea? And do you think it's a good idea? Would you like us to move forward with some sort of Main Street, creating some sort of Main Street merchants group, not only for the purpose of talking about this, but anything Main Street related?
I would like to see, to Jim's point, let's manage the surface parking better if we can with private owners, merchants, whatever, but there's a number of places where we could park that we're not utilizing to its fullest potential. Look at that. I was excited at one time about a parking garage. I'm less excited now. Not only creating a Main Street Merchants Group is good for parking, but it's also good for Main Street. I've seen talked to a lot of people and seen comments where Main Street doesn't look like it used to. It's dirty. It doesn't have, people used to take pride in their front door, flowers, plants, whatever. I don't see that as much as I used to. So I think if we could get a Main Street Merchants Group, I think that would be helpful. And have employees park off of Main Street would be great. Just quick story. I went to Carmel, California. My cousin lives there. 5 years ago, they had parking meters. Went back this summer, and they don't have parking meters anymore because I stopped somebody and asked, and they said the local residents went ballistic with parking meters. But what they have is timed parking, and they have a system of a small cart that goes by and takes pictures of license plates. And it's 2 hours, and then you can move 3 spots down, but you're constantly moving your cars if you're spending the day on Main Street. Anyway.
The reason Main Street's not as clean, Tim Dooley shut down. And the guy across the street doesn't do it.
If we are going to form a merchants group, I would like it to include merchants from the west end of Main Street too, and not just the golden blocks.
Well, by the way, the city does a good job of picking up trash. I think they do it every day, right?
Twice a week.
Twice a week? Well, they do it on weekends.
Oh, it's daily now.
Is it daily now?
Including
Well, no. I'm talking about the sweeping.
Oh, yes.
Sweeping
The,
of
the
every-
sweeping is
The
Tuesday
trash
and
is
Friday
every day.
morning.
Yes, sir. In fact, twice a day some days.
Well, am I clear that, and I agree with Bobby about the Merchants Association or whatever you'd call it. Am I clear that our job in that would be just to be encouraging? Because there's no role for us to create it. It'd have to be them volunteering to bring themselves together to provide us help, right?
Would they want to form a merchants group if we're not going to take any action? I mean, it needs to be somewhat sanctioned by city council.
Yeah, I'm all for sanctioning. I'm just asking to get from here to the finished association requires their permission and their.
What do you need from us, Jim?
Yeah.
So it's difficult to pass. And primary reason being that probably 60%, probably 75% from one guy tried 25. So, and then that's the business. A lot of those. So then therefore we brought down that business. So we shut the deal for 25 years. Pretty much everybody, all the buildings, business. The reason I say it is that picture, mild less mild, and it's like any other room. You got to give them a path. Pretty much get yes, the police important. But yes, you. Now to put a bug in my head. We're all involved. But that could also help fix some of the costs. It doesn't know. But part of the path
but if there was make a motion for parking meters, you can probably get them together.
But if there were, or am I hearing you correct, Jim, that if there's a specific charge that has a chance of getting some participation?
I think so.
Okay.
Again, you'll have to have them as well.
Okay. Okay, that's fair. I know everybody's got 1,000 things to do.
I'd like to sit down with Anna and talk just a little bit about, you know, the advantages of doing something like this and get in front of some of the business owners. Personally, I'd like to knock on every single door and just ask if they'd be willing to participate. And, you know, again, I think it'd be an advantage to both sides.
Well, I very much appreciate the council of, that's COUNSEL, of business owners on Main Street, because like y'all, we get hit up at wherever we are out in town, and you know what we need to do on downtown? We need to stop this, or we need to start that, or we need to do this. And I'm not a stakeholder in the business end of it. And I would like to know what the business people think. Like, you've been very helpful about the parking issue today. Did you have a comment? You turned your mic on.
And then I forgot.
I'm sorry.
I want to create more work for people, and so I'm curious if we could do something through the chamber or through the EDC, maybe with the specific charge of, you know, asking, like, work on employee parking. And then, I mean, I don't view the city as having a role in forcing employees to not park on Main,
Right.
but I would love to see a private, you know, agreement where they're working with churches or whatever empty lots, just encouraging that without.
Yeah. So you want to add that to Tim Lindbergh's workload?
Yeah.
Yeah. So if you could do that this afternoon, Tim. Just yeah, or Brady, yeah. All right, have we hit that one enough? All right, thank you, Council. Thank you, Jim. Appreciate it. George, appreciate your input. Number 7, City Manager's Report.
Start off with town hall meetings. We had our first town hall meeting in my neighborhood last Thursday evening, 6 o'clock. Councilwoman Kirchner and Councilman Watson joined me. We had about 27 people show up from that neighborhood where we sent out the invitations and some adjacent neighborhoods. It was a very interesting meeting. We also had G4 Hour, Garrett Bond, Shelley Goodwin attending. Opened up the meeting talking about some of the things that the council has recently discussed, some of the projects going on. We mentioned budget. And then we went around, similar to coffee with the city manager, and talked about neighborhood issues. Neighborhood issues led into discussion of community-wide issues. Just to give you an idea of some of the things that came up. RV parking in neighborhoods, something that we've talked about in the past. We talked a little bit about the Turner Hall purchase, traffic issues. Everything from neighborhood issues to avoiding Main Street and jaywalkers on Main Street. I mentioned Dooley's had closed down, so our most popular jaywalker was no longer doing business. We talked about the relationship between the city and the county, and how that will certainly improve in the future. Short-term rentals, we got off on that, talking about a lot of the issues that we've been discussing today. We had a couple of STR owners present. Talked about the hotel and conference center, water supply, issues created by a growing city, drug issues at FISD. Chief was able to address a number of those. We have a couple of follow-up questions that were asked. And then finally we went around and just really asked where everyone was from, how they made their way to Fredericksburg. And it was very interesting. Those that have lived here for a number of years versus those that have recently moved here. A couple moved here 4 years ago from California. A couple moved here 17 years ago. Let's see, a couple moved here 27 years ago from Virginia. We had a gentleman from the neighborhood, adjoining neighborhood, that recently moved here from Oregon, and finally a couple from New Mexico. So a pretty good mix of folks. You know, you see people walking up with their lawn chairs, getting together, meeting people that they hadn't met in the neighborhood for a long time. There's kind of that wholesome, hometown goodness when we all broke and everybody standing around kind of talking. So I thought it was a good event, giving everyone the opportunity again to get in front of city leaders, listen to what's going on, and have the opportunity to have input outside of a formal setting like this. Emily, I don't know if you're or Bobby going to add anything to that.
You covered it all. It was great to visit with you.
I like the informal setting. People really relaxed and I think they really enjoyed it. And we have 26 more to do.
And then start over. And then we start over.
They are really great to go to, though. I mean,
Yeah.
I highly recommend you sign up when one's in the new.
I appreciate y'all going. All right.
Okay, second item, Development Services Director. So first of all, I wanted to recognize Garrett Bond for the excellent job he's done as interim. You know, I call Garrett Miracle Man now. I thought he was a miracle guy before he took this on, but he's certainly proven that he can do just about anything. In fact, he volunteered to fill the interim city attorney slot if we need that. So I don't think he's quite qualified to do that. But thank you, Garrett, for all of your hard work and dedication to the issue, the organization, and the community. Job well done. With that, we are moving the interim Director of Development Services opportunity to Anna Hudson. Anna Hudson will be doing that for the next 6 months with the hopes that she will transfer into the permanent position. Anna is an extremely smart person. I think she's probably one of the smartest, most capable people in the organization. I've told her that in the past. This is a lot of work to do, obviously, Anna, based on what we've talked about here this morning and other things are going on. But I know she's capable of doing that, and we'll certainly support her in that role as we transition forward. So we're excited. One of the things that we have done successfully for years now is promote within. So we're excited at the opportunity, at the opportunity for Anna to grow in that position. That will be effective immediately.
Congratulations, Anna.
I was going to put her on the spot and see if she wanted to say a word or two. Anna, would you like to say anything?
Well, thank you all for the opportunity. Obviously, I've been here almost 6 years and feel like I'm very dedicated to the city. And I've said a lot of these meetings and understand a lot of the issues. Obviously, I don't have all the answers, but I do have some ideas. So look forward to working on those and presenting those to you on some of the specific issues to downtown and growth, and obviously involved in the comp plan, and just encourage everybody to get involved with the comprehensive plan on different focus groups. Lots of opportunities to get involved, as this is a very important time in Fredericksburg as we look to the next 10 years. So as much involvement as possible from everyone.
Thank you, Anna.
I have a question.
Yes, ma'am.
Historic review. Are we going to hire a historic preservation officer to support Anna in the historic preservation area?
Not at this time.
Garrett can do that.
Not at this time.
Both
Anna, would you?
positions are in the budget, the director
Right.
and the HRB.
Would you like to speak to that just a little bit too, man?
It'll just be a slash to my name, to my title, HPO/interim. So a lot of it's similar. So we'll manage within the department. We do have other employees that'll be coming on that can help lighten the load of the entire department. So as we have always done, we all kind of work together and support each other where needed.
Thank you.
And then finally, agenda management update. Shelley?
So the agenda management development is moving quickly due to the fact that we already had our workflows and create rules, user rights already worked out before. We have updated the memo. You'll see a new format when it's rolled out. There's a couple of new items that have added to the memo. We are meeting about every other week, and the product's going to include huge transparency aspects with the agenda management, with the live streaming, with minutes. This is for city council meetings and boards and commissions. It'll also be time stamping. It's kind of hard to explain. You'll be able to see it once it's rolled out. The minute, you won't have to watch the entire meeting. You'll be able to jump right to the item you want. It'll also include a transparency voting where you'll be able to push a button and vote. It'll show up on the screen, go straight into the minutes. The other thing that it'll do is it's a new feature that they have. It's going to help us track and encourage, more applications for boards and commissions. It's going to help track terms. So I'm glad to say that we're going to roll this out. The first meeting will be January 3rd, 2023. So the countdown for paper packets is we only have 3 more to make. That's it.
Unless we need to make those by special request, we can certainly do that. That concludes my report, Mayor, unless there are any questions.
You'll know how you're going to go forward with this. Oh, they need pads. All right, items for future agenda.
When is your next city manager's coffee?
November 9th, I believe. Yes, sir. And wanted to note that we'll have a county commissioner attending that meeting as well. The next town hall is being scheduled. I don't have an exact date for that right now. Yes, ma'am. So future agenda items for November 15th. We have the Market Plots paper phase 2 bid award on the agenda. Our 2023 employee holiday schedule. North Plano Storm Sewer, Texas Water Development Board grant and loan. Project drainage revenue bond discussion. We have a conditional use permit at 507 Cora Street for an STR facility. We have a conditional use permit at 406 North Orange for short-term rental unoccupied. Rezoning of the FISD middle school campus. Water sewer main replacement project, construction contract extension. One of the items that we're adding to agendas just for consent agenda, typically for informational purposes, so the council can see we're making purchases, equipment purchases that were included in the budget. We have vegetation management, electric department bucket trucks, tractor and shredder for sanitation. Again, consent agenda, but we just want you to know when we're purchasing those and what the purchase price is. And Laura's not here, but we have the lease purchase contract resolution for that contract that finance will bring to the council. That is it, unless the council has anything else. Any additions? Remove or visit.
I have a question on the future agenda items, number 5. Is that the same as the events on Market Square for December 6th? And if not, could we move that discussion up?
Okay, can you repeat your question again?
Yeah, future agenda items number 5 is mass event rentals and fees at Market Square. Is
Yes.
that the same as December 6th, number 2?
Yes.
On Market Square? Okay. And any progress toward having like topical work sessions for the first meeting of the month?
Right.
I sent you some stuff. I don't know if anyone else jumped into.
Right, and as we're transitioning to more of the workshop open discussion, regular council meeting schedule will taper off of having as many action items on this particular agenda, and they will be just for discussion. We'll probably rearrange the room where it's more of a roundtable discussion again. I forwarded a list of, I think, 34 items to the council. Emily has added to that, rearranged it a little bit. If the council has any other topics, what we'll do as we're transitioning the agenda management software is we'll have a list of all of these topics at the bottom that will be added to special meeting agendas. We'll have all those listed. However, the council can see those. If there's something that you would like to discuss, spend a little bit more time having an informal discussion that we can bring those up to the top. And I'm going to rely on council primarily to do that, to let us know what you would like to be on that discussion agenda, similar to what we did today with short-term rental discussion and parking. I know parks is something that we've been talking a lot about in the past, soccer fields, sports park, and so forth. So those types of things, as they become a priority, we want those to get those on the agenda for discussion.
You have a particular recommendation, Emily, to move that on?
Well, just topically, if we're already going to be talking about Market Square events and maybe including, if Andrew's ready, including naming rights for Market Square, and then I think timeliness, if we need to start talking soccer, because construction needs to start happening early in 2023. So maybe moving all that up to the December, if that works with staff.
If one of you could concur with Emily, and then maybe recommend that for the agenda coming up.
Mayor Andrea.
Yeah. Okay, so naming rights is not up. Okay. All right. I'm in 100% commitment. Agree with you. Okay. So you want to follow up with Clinton on the agenda about what you'd like
next agenda.
Put the timely ones on there. Anything else, Clinton? Council, anything else about future agendas? All right, we need to convene an executive session. There are a couple of items that we reconvene in executive session. 3 items. Consider and discuss the appointment, evaluation, or assignment duties of a public officer or employee, specifically city attorney. Consider and discuss the purchase, exchange, lease, or value of real property located in the vicinity of the intersection of East Main and Heritage Hills Drive. And to consider and discuss the State of Texas Association Against Fredericksburg annexations versus the city of Fredericksburg pending in the district court. Motion?
So moved.
Second.
Motion second to go out of regular session back into executive session. All in favor say aye.
Aye.